Hello, hello. How is everyone doing? How is everybody doing? We have, who do we have? Who do we have? 7 people here so far. Interesting. Interesting. I was expecting more, especially on a late start. What's going on? Well, for those of you who are here, tell me, how has your week been going? How has the start of the week been going? The ever all anticipatory Monday sales. Did we have good Monday sales, weekend sales, parcels to pack? Tell me. Ah! Oh, did I break it? Nope. Whew. Okay, let's see. Rob's here first. What up, what up? Scotty! Greetings. Trading cards, nice. What kind of trading cards? Sandra's here. Hello, hello. Mandy, thank you so much for that Instagram story. I have repurposed it. I like your Instagram stories. You take like the photo, and the caption, and you put the caption that I don't have to add anything, trim anything, crop anything. It's just like that is literally what I want to convey. I feel like we share the same brain in that regard. So just wanting to know, I appreciate the sync up. Mr. Laurie. Hello, Jada's here. To work or to just have company whilst you're, what's the word? Frolicking? Roaming the streets of Ballarat. Clint, sup. Justin, hello. Mandy's reporting great week of sales. Fantastic. Are you starting to see sales on that super cheap bundle that you picked up, I think 2 weeks ago? Sunday and Monday are pretty shitty. Had a stupidly fantastic Friday. I'm surprised. I would have thought media sells more during the weekends when people have time to like sit back and think about leisure. Yeah. Like I know like men's clothing, women's clothing, that kind of happens throughout the week. Yeah, I always thought, leisurely enjoying things happen. You see a spike in sales on the weekend. Blondie, hello. 16 orders over the weekend, Monday shit, and today not too bad. Appreciate how these listing sessions give me a sense of routine. Yes, indeed. Routine's good. The routine is good. Just saying hello. Don't usually list at night. However, tonight, getting a few drafts done. Awesome. Jonas is here. Hello. Jonas, I loved your video on your reel on Instagram with how you sort books. It has never occurred to me to color code bags. I usually will I'll sort them into piles but still carry them back the same way, and just that little adjustment of like, yeah, I love the fact that you already have a ratio in mind. Like you more or less expect this much is going to be pink, as in the premium stuff. This much is going to be like green bags or black bags, which is like the middle. And then the green is like the stuff that, yeah, you already knew your allocation of bags is as bell curve gets. I love that. I feel superstitious, like it's the. So yeah, if you guys haven't seen Jonas's reel, go check it out. Like just something so simple. I got just ideas on how to go about picking up a lot. So wait, I'll see if I can find it. If Jonas doesn't mind me sharing it. I'll see if I can find the reel. I'll put a link in. This is the one. Yeah, this one. Everybody go check it out. This one. So yeah, he picked up a bunch of books at the deceased estate for 75 cents a book, and yeah, just talking through his sorting process, and I'm saying just a lot. I autopilot a lot when I go and pick up lots sometimes, and I think we all have our own process. So watching someone else's process and talking through why they do things the way they do, in something as simple as a short reel, can shake up the way we look at things. And it did for me today. I'll pin it. I can star it. Made money back within 1 day of listing that stuff, coming to the end of listing it all and ready for something else though. Wow, that's awesome. So awesome. So awesome. Working at work and still took my laptop stock with me to list while I'm here. Well, I mean, your stock can fit in the folder, right? Because it's just trading cards. So I suppose you can pretty much just chuck it into like a one of them, those card binder things and just flip and as you go. Brad's here. Hello. Hello. Do we reckon we'll get to like that 30 people mark? If you reckon we will, I say let's start a session, and then after the first half hour period, I'll talk through the corner concept that I was gonna introduce. Actually, you know what? Johnny's here. Johnny, hello. Whilst you're here, I was gonna show you something, Johnny, if you're gonna hang around. So if you guys want to stream in, because I was just commenting to, I think it was Sandra last week, it might be someone else, where I said I get my listings done because you guys are watching me and I can't do anything else. And so if you find you're in a funk and you're here listing but you can't really get into it, you're more than welcome to stream in this box here with me. I'll give you the link. I'll pop you into this corner, and I will. There'll be a little sign that says the corner, 10 minutes to get out of your listing funk. So literally, if you're finding it really hard to get your listings done and you just need some sort of a 10-minute accountability thing, just click the link. I'll make sure it's you. I'll let you stream into that corner, pointing the right direction, that corner, and we'll all watch you for 10 minutes. Granted, we're not going to watch you because it's the 30-minute period where we're all meant to do work as well. But I think the fact that you know you're there should get you to get stuff done. And then if you reckon you're in a flow, just type in the chat, yeah, I'm good, take me off, and I'll take you off. Just a thought. Some people will be game to do that. Some people won't. But here's the thing: you're not doing a presentation. It's not an English exam where you're presenting in front of a class. It's just if you're seen, you do work. If you're not seen, it's easy to just binge TV instead and be part of the chat and feel that tension. So yeah, if you want to do it, the option's there. I'm trialing it. Obviously, it's not for everyone, or it could be for everyone. Who knows? Peer pressure is a wonderful thing. So yes, that's what the corner is for. But it's on you. I'm not gonna force you guys to do it. I'm not gonna like urge you guys to do it. I'm just gonna be. It's there, and I feel like as a community in the chat, we're all quite comfortable with each other for the most part already. And I'm leading by example, anyways. So therefore, if you want to do it, just type in the chat. Hey guys, I'm struggling tonight. Put me in the corner. Done. We'll do it. And I feel like you'll experience another dimension of support from the chat. That's how I feel it's going to be. Because those of you guys who are in these sessions weekly, sometimes twice a week, most of us are here for the whole session, or at least 3 hours of the 4. So therefore, it's not a case where you're doing it amongst strangers. For the most part, majority of us stay for the bulk of the session, and you'll feel that support. And I think that morale boost should make for if the night doesn't feel special, it will feel more special. That's how I feel. Anyways, so yes, that's the concept. Feel free to request for it. I'm going to start a timer. But yes, Johnny, I thought you'd like to hear that because you were quite fascinated with the whole listing live stream concept. And still reiterating, I reckon there's still more improvements we can have. But we're in session 28, I think, today. And in 28 sessions, we've gotten to where we are today. So I reckon by session 100, it'll be bells, whistles, and horns. Leo's here. Hello. We used to have a naughty corner when kids were small. My daughter broke it, although by asking to go there because it was nice and quiet. It's not a naughty corner. It's just a corner. Should I call it something else? I didn't want to call it spotlight because the spotlight just feels a bit too. So it's meant to be a. You guys tell me what word would be good, right? I just call it the corner because it feels. Help? I don't know. Help desk? Listing desk? Should we call it the listing desk? I don't know. You let me know. if there is a word that encourages the use of it when needed and does not offend anybody, we'll go with that. But for now, it's the corner and you know its purpose. So there. All right, I'm starting a timer. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Dang it. Well, the timer's here, even though it's meant to be here. The drink of the night? Black coffee. Oh. Woohoo! That's one lot done. How we doing? I've done 16 so far. Hey, the octopus is here. Hello, hello. 25 people. That's about normal. That's about normal. We've got most of our... We're chugging along at full steam. So, thinking about the week that's gone by, has anybody come across any issues you guys want to talk about in the chat? Any problems? Anything you want the input of the collective? If so, chat. Well done, well done. Well done, Justin. 8. Sandra's done a few. Awesome. Paul's wondering if Octo has had any death threats. Death threats yet. Direct stem at Granny. Death threats as in for your review of the Daily Refinement Patreon group this morning? That was a very dense episode. Australia Post tracking cut off after 2 months of no activity. Yeah, that's weird. It's I had a return to sender from Italy and one from Germany where it said it went to the country and then just never made it out of customs and just got sent back. And it's funny because it took 2 months. The tracking doesn't show any more activity, and then I have to go to the post office to collect the parcel that was returned to me, and then they still could see stuff on their computer. So it's like, why not just let us have it visible until it's not visible everywhere? I don't understand why it's visible somewhere but not elsewhere. Because it's then frustrating for the buyer as well, because the buyer is putting the tracking going, I can see it being sent back to you, but there's no more context. So we're all kind of in the dark until we get, yeah. And so, but then again, that being said, the European buyers have been quite understanding. There's no kind of anger about it. It's more, I know this can happen. I'm willing to pay for the shipping. Just send it back to me. So I've had it happen twice already in the last 2 weeks. And in both instances, they've both actually bought something just so that they can pay for shipping on eBay again for me to send back the original item plus the item that they bought. And obviously with toy cars up to 500 grams, one of them bought 2 cars. So buying a third car is still within that 500 grams. And so it's like, they've made me an offer. They've bought one item. And it's like, once I got the item back, they've paid for the shipping so I can send it back to them again. So it's not like as if they're expecting me to cover the return postage. It's like as if they know it happens, which is so odd. It's like I suppose as with all things, the common peasant cannot really complain to the postal service, right? They just have to deal with whatever it is that they have to deal with. So, which is annoying. Evening all. Forest Finds, hello. Oz Riley, hello. How is the garage cleanup and organization going? Well, I'm waiting for someone to ask me about that. I picked up about, I reckon, just under 1,400 loose Hot Wheels cars on Sunday. And so we sorted through all of them. I was going to do a video of me photographing them, and then I had an idea. And so I'm going to have to... I was tidying them up, and I figured, do I tidy or do I sort? It's still stuff. So therefore, I sorted through all of them, and I'm going to photograph them next Thursday and see how many photos I can take in one sitting without actually moving. So that'll be interesting. and comment on the cramps and pains and aches of that process. Because there are very few things we can put our bodies through for the joy of YouTube viewership, and so that's gonna be it. But yeah, so the next thing is to clear the desk. I was looking at some of the older videos, and some of the older videos have the camera shooting past the packing desk, and you can see me standing up. At the moment, if I put a camera there, there's a wall of boxes that high on the desk, so I do need to move some stuff around. I'm so tempted to just throw things out, but at the same time, I know that that's a rash kind of what's the word? Like a knee-jerk reaction, you know? And I think that's something that we all go through and we all can relate with. Hands up if you've actually been in that situation where you look at your storage area and go, burn it all. Burn it all. But yeah. So I'm taking a breath, walk away, come back, move it all in chunks. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I think some countries don't allow secondhand goods. Really? That seems very odd. I'm gonna Google this. Which countries don't allow import of second-hand goods? Well, it's okay. So first, they all seem to be around African countries because people seem to just dump things in their countries. But apart from that, like, which countries don't allow import of second-hand goods? It's just African countries from what we're seeing. Africa, with the aim of grow with the third world countries slowly phasing out secondhand goods so that they can then develop their own manufacturing in the country and not rely on secondhand goods to provide for the people's needs. But if you're sending to Italy and Germany, that's not really an issue. It's just prohibited items, in which case toy cars are not prohibited items, so why are they getting sent back? And I think I read somewhere that apparently they are sitting in customs and then they are getting marked as delivered and then getting sent back to us because they're not actually delivered. We had a couple in Germany where it was marked delivered, but then it was actually awaiting collection at customs. And by the time we figured that out, the item was sent back because it had timed out. So, Paul, is that just like an integration thing then, where if it's awaiting collection cleared by customs, awaiting collection, the German system says it's delivered, in which case then the Australian system gets the code that says delivered, but actually it's not? Is that just an integration issue? I'm revealing how little tech I know. I used to do my post claims quarterly, everything in bulk. Interesting. I just get it done, man. If I don't get it done, I find it just slips through the cracks. I just get it done on the spot. That way, it's happening. Yeah. Matilda, hello. Late to the party tonight because of children, I'm guessing. I started, I think, 2 minutes late because of kids. Jody's here. Late was packing sales. Cool. Late for a good reason. I feel like the resell. If we had a reseller party, reseller event, reseller coronation, and you were late, and your excuse was I was packing orders, everyone will forgive you. I had a couple items returned for that reason, being second. Add to stage. And add camera. Cool. Add to stage. And da 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 da. Da da da. Da 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 da. Whoa! Okay. Okay, so a couple items returned for the reason being second hand. As in, they actually say that in the on like the sticker thing that you find on your parcel. Did you have to go and ask Australia Post, and then they told you? So where did that information come from? That's what we all want to know. Because most of the times when we get a return from sender, it's just a sticker with a tick box, and they'll tick a reason. And I've never seen secondhand being the reason. So how did you figure that one out? And I find it funny. I find it funny that you say Brazil, because I send toys to Brazil. I reckon 5 a week, and they're all secondhand. I've never had anything bounce back, so I find that very interesting. Yeah, unless it's secondhand because it's hazardous. If it's secondhand, like what's the word? Like wait, I know this. Like bicycle helmets, like how you can't sell secondhand bicycle helmets because of safety reasons. So is it a case of secondhand because of another reason, not so much just because it's secondhand? Like secondhand being an indicator of a safety, a malfunction risk, or whatever liability of sorts. Be keen to know. Seems like they're not communicating well for sure. Yeah, go fix it, Paul. Children. Yes. Thank you, Jonas. We'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The customer got report parcel not arriving. Puppy Dog Diary. Hello. Hello. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, champs, let us know where we let us know how you got that information. I really want to know. Because I remember that story about, I think it was Georgina Bennett, one of the panel members. She does like wedding stuff, wedding items. And she was saying that they had to contact Australia Post to find out about that awaiting postage and how that customs awaiting postage integration wasn't quite talking to each other. Puppy Dog's not happy she can't send stickers. Oh, I think I need to. Oh, right. Okay, Puppy Dog. Sorry, you need to. I think what's happened is I need to go and verify. I need to verify my identity or something with YouTube, and so until I do that, I don't think you can send super chats unless that's been disabled. I don't know. Let me see. Yes, I need to go and fix it. So sorry, no stickers for you to play with today. Yeah, I know. It's a bit of a bummer. But yeah, I'll get it sorted, and I think it's quite a quick process as well. So yeah, I'll get it done tomorrow. You need to have a packaging license to send items to Germany. Look up the German Packaging Act. Oh, Lucid. Yes. Okay, so Lucid was interesting. Lucid is a B2B thing. So as long as what I found the workaround with that is if you send it via My Post Business, but all the details are personal, so no ABNs, no business names. You send it like a personal item, then it doesn't get picked up as like a B2C, B2B item. It just gets treated like a C2C. And as long as the packaging is completely recyclable, so no bubble wrap, I've been sending just so no satchels, so cardboard box, recyclable materials like paper on the inside. It's actually paper, cardboard, everything, and then tape seems to be okay. So yeah, I've been sending cars to Germany, I think once a week, and yeah, nothing's come back. And the only time it's ever been returned is because of that awaiting collection, and then when they call up, they'll be like, "Yep, it's cleared. I want to go pick it up. Sorry, we've already sent it back." So yeah, so that Lucid Act thing is a business to business thing. So all the guys who are, so for example, if you were sending and your MyPost defaults to like, your eBay store name or something, then that gets bounced back immediately because you don't have the Lucid that Lucid Act number you have to register for, which apparently is quite costly for small businesses. So a lot of people just don't do it. They just send it like a personal parcel. Yeah. So that's been my workaround. No issues there. Is that the verification where you have to give them your face in 3D? I haven't tried it. Very deliberate caps lock. Yes. Well, everything's all managed payments kind of thing, right? So you gotta identify yourself somehow. So yeah, I'll have to do that. Shouldn't be too hard. I'm guessing just a driver's license and passport, maybe. Customer told me due to being secondhand, there's no way to confirm legit item. Oh, so a counterfeit thing. All right, interesting. Could it be then it's a category thing? This is fun. And champs, I like that you're doing this because like you've given us two things you've given us the category pivot conversation that we've had over 2 weeks. And now we got this secondhand thing. Stay. You're good for the chat. Stay. So therefore secondhand vinyl, maybe it's the media thing, like the whole counterfeit piracy thing. Because I haven't had toys sent back. So action figures, cars, trains, planes, dolls, haven't had any of them sent back secondhand. So maybe it's certain categories have been marked as secondhand risk, counterfeit risk, secondhand. Therefore, we're learning something. Building a case, connecting a bunch of threads and needles on a murder board. Ooh. Wendy, hello. Oh yeah, thank you. 1 year. Yes. It's flown by very fast. So fast. Scarily fast, actually. I hope I don't be. People get. So when I met up with Tom and Mel, Tom actually said when Jen asked Tom, what is at what point do you start, I guess, flatlining, so to speak, or plateauing? Flatlining is the wrong word. Plateauing. And he said you generally get sick of listing faster than you get sick of packing. And then Jenny was like, whoa, how do you get sick of listing? And she's like, yeah, you just get sick of listing the same thing over and over again. And I do wonder what that is for being on YouTube. Like, what's the thing? If Brad and Jada, if you guys are still here, what's the thing? You guys have been on, because you guys have been on YouTube for like 5 years now, more than. Have you guys? What are those walls that you hit as a YouTuber? I'm keen to know. Because I'm all like, hee YouTube, it's fun, and then I'm still getting ideas. So yeah, what's the wall you hit? If you guys are still in the chat, I'd love to hear what are those proverbial walls. Thank you. I also didn't want to talk about it earlier on. I've been doing this workaround for probably, so it came up around Jan, so I guess it's been about 7-8 months now. But I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to make a video about it because the moment you make a video about it, it becomes searchable. And then if it's searchable, then you don't want everyone kind of flocking to it, and it becomes the thing that gets flagged and taken down. And then you don't want to be the center of attention on something that's a workaround. So I didn't bother making a video on it. But no one ever asked me about it either. And those who did ask me generally were messages, so I would tell them how to. But yeah. Customs open parcel and they repacked it pretty well. I have actually found most customs do a great job. Like they'll open the parcel, then if they want to send it back, they seal it back and then they bubble wrap the box and send it back to you, and it comes back more or less the same way you sent it, which I'm pretty happy with. Just relist and yeah. Thanks. Vinyl was worth $250. Cost me a bit sending and return cost. I'm coming out 1 year on YouTube too. Oh, cool, man. How have you found it 1 year on YouTube? Did I miss anything? No, I think that's it. Cool. 33 people here. If you're lurking in the background, let us know who you are. We're all a lovely bunch, as you can tell. There is it's all love, it's all support here. So if you are lurking, and it does happen almost every session, there's someone who will comment for the first time and say it's their first time commenting, but they've been lurking for a while. Let us know who you are. Let us know. Essentially what we want to know is we want to know your name, whereabouts you're from, and the second one, not because we want to stalk you, but because there's a good chance someone in the chat's also near where you are. Someone in the chat, am I pointing in the right direction? Someone in the chat knows where you are and is nearby, and usually you'll make a friend. as many here have. You shouldn't trust any Johns without H's. Dude! Timing. I'm just like trying to get people to not lurk, to unlurk. And you're like, don't trust this, John. Jake. Jake's the devil's advocate to the devil's advocate in the chat. Whenever I play devil's advocate, Jake calls me devil's advocate because he wants to devil's advocate the devil's advocate. So yes, this is Jake. Everybody, this is Jake. Both the lurkers and the unlurkers. Unlurk. That's a t-shirt. Unlurk. The beginning, I was trying to do too much. TikTok, whatnot. Wow, Instagram, YouTube Shorts. It wasn't until March, April that I really started to focus on the long format. Yeah, it's I think you get it. I think you also get some people say it's impatience. But then I feel like for me it was more curiosity, wanting to know, like just wanting to know how every format hits. You know, like doing a short, see how that hits, doing a long format, see how that hits, understanding how the shorts work in terms of showing it to, like, I remember just something simple like doing a short and seeing the views be like, several thousand, and then doing a long format, it would be like several hundred. But then the long format is more for your subscribers who understand you, and then you get better engagement and better understanding and a stronger following. And the shorts are like for just any random person, and then you get all these like dislikes, and then you get to go, why do people dislike this? Then you realize, wait, this is being presented to people who may not even care about reselling. YouTube is just throwing this out there, So for the most part, shorts, if it's entertainment, does really well. If it's anything related to reselling, doesn't. But yeah, lots of trialing just for the sake of learning, curiosity. I mean, at the start of this whole process, did not ever think that listing live streams would be like the thing for the channel, and then everything else is just like, for example, right, if I said to you guys, would you rather I do a listing live stream every week, 2 sessions a week, or would you rather I produce something like Mel and Matt, like super edited long form content showing you various aspects of my business? Most of you will go, in fact, I would argue all of you would go, listing live streams, the other stuff can wait. And I think that's it. Like, you don't know where you end up, but if your community wants you to do a certain thing because it adds value, you just do that. That's what I've loved about this process. Which kind of, this is 1 year. I can't imagine 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. By 5 years, it's like, all right, we're done with listing live streams. Let's do something else. Maybe. Or will this format live forever? Who knows? It's helping us do work and make money. And I think as long as it does that, it will remain relevant, because that's what we are, resellers after all. And that's the biggest, like, what's the word? That's the biggest mental barrier starting a YouTube channel on reselling, because it's the first thing we say is there's enough of you talking about it already, and everything's already been talked about. So what else is there to talk about if not about the different products that we sell? Listing live stream. Jake, the great unlurker. I think Jake would own it. Yes. Love the drive chats. Me too. But I haven't driven recently. I should just go pick up some stock and drive. Yay. I was hoping for an 8-part series on how to post DVDs. Oh, damn. Where we use bubble mailers, where we only use bubble mailers, and we use bubble mailers and don't use sleeves. One of that comment brings Granny out of the lurking. Cool. Let's start another 30 minutes. That is the chat. Just a reminder, the corner is still here. If any of you guys are feeling I feel like today's energy is really good. Like, most of you guys are on point, but if you need the corner, it's here. And for those of you who don't know what the corner is, if you came late, essentially, if you feel like you're struggling to pick up some momentum and you want some accountability, this corner means that I'll give you the StreamYard link. Say, I need some help. We'll put you there for 10 minutes just by us watching you, and you know you are being watched. You'll probably get your work done. And once you're on a bit of a roll, just hop off. That's the idea. Um, and you'll be doing that 30-minute section, so therefore no one's talking. You're not expected to perform and dance and whatever. It's just listing time. So yes. Oh, and don't forget to like the video. And please the almighty algo. All right, where are we at? Da, 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 da. Yep. It's interesting. I feel like with so people watching shorts, not wanting to watch long form format, you almost have to. It's like the shorts bring in all the subs, and then eventually you lose some subs, and the ones that you have, you increase your retention. So I'm okay with it. It's like a short term dip, and I feel like with anything internet, you cannot expect linear growth all the time. YouTube gain traction very early because of your several niche stores. No one's doing this. Also, yeah, I was quite surprised that that it was not something people were doing because it felt like a no brainer at the time, and still does. Linking to the real world, I was also surprised that was a niche thing because it's so true. We deal with people. And online shopping needs to make things faster and better. If it doesn't make things faster and better, online is worse than going there in person. We have to acknowledge the real trade-offs that people make to shop online. Paul, releasing video series. Jody, upload your video. Come on. And if you can't do it on your computer, download an app, just any video editing app, and you'll find that all you need to start is trim. So you upload a video that you recorded, you cut off the edges because at the beginning you're trying to get your recording done, and then there's the middle bit, that's the good bit, and then you cut off the end bit when you're turning off the record function. Next clip. Before you know it, you've got a whole video. And then you can play with some transitions in between. Most apps have a transition library, so in a sense you can add like a zoop, make the screen go zoop or spin or whatever it is that you want. And most apps also have some sort of music library, so I guess you can add some backing track if you feel that's useful. But don't complicate things, because with music you have to deal with volume and modulating. So essentially just learn to clip it all together and upload it so that people get to know you. I think that's really it. If people get to know you, they'll hang around to see what else you make, and then eventually you can fiddle around with music, and yeah, you get the idea. Can't find a few items. It happens to all of us. Hate that. Usually things go missing usually where we thought they were. First video 7 years ago was 12 seconds. I discovered a new toy. I thought it may have been Transformers, but it was Bandai. Oh my god, the comms on that were so expensive. Yeah, Bandai toys are really expensive. More so because you can't get them anymore, and also because a lot of the old school Bandai toys are very brittle the older they get. So it's very hard to find them in good condition, where after playing with it for a bit. So for example, if I find like some Power Rangers stuff in like vintage Power Rangers from the mid 80s in an op shop, I'm very scared to start transforming them, because I would generally inspect them to make sure I don't see any like micro fractures. I will move some of the hinges to see if any of the plastic flexes, because the moment I see the sliders or flexes, I don't play with it. I just sell it as display only. Yeah, because the moment you move it, you hear a click. It's a click and a snap, and then it's gone. So just be mindful of that with the old Bandai stuff. Since Friday, I've done 59 listings, most I've ever done. Awesome. It was Carreggio Labs finally got that fixed. Awesome. We need an official soundtrack for the 30-minute listening times. No, you guys can select your own soundtrack. Or do you mean I give you one? Because I want to be completely silent. More so that if you guys on the other end want silence, you get silence. But if there is something that you want to play on your computer, be my guest. Be my guest. Be my guest. Play whatever song you wish. Eye of the Tiger. Ooh, ooh, ooh. He usually sings. Let's not rush into it. He usually sings at 1 a.m. I have just posted 5 parcels and I've listed 5 items tonight. I'm trying to get 5 done daily. Yep. Anthony, what up? What up? Avalon's here. Hello. We'll see you on the Friday one. I like the typing. It's encouraging. The typing is the soundtrack. And isn't it interesting that I think we've had this keyboard, I think, for, was it session 10? And at the time, you guys were complaining, oh, such a loss. Can there be a noisier keyboard? Oh, that's the noisiest keyboard we've ever heard. And then now it's the soundtrack. How we adjust. I had a big weekend. Need to post 4 bags of things tomorrow. Nice. Here we go. Jonas with the topics. Just the topic for conversation for the fixer-uppers. What is everyone's item to find in the wild that you know how to fix in order to sell for a good price point? Ooh. Here's one. If you picked up any toys that have motors in them, oftentimes because the motors haven't been run for a while, it can be very easy to put a battery into the compartment, turn on the on switch, and it doesn't come on, and you just assume it's broken. Something as simple as leaving the battery in there for a good half hour, and it will just wake up. Sometimes you can take. I've put batteries in items and left them overnight, and then I will wake up to the sound of a whirring motor, like on the desk. And so yeah, don't assume that things don't work just because you put the battery in, it doesn't work. Sometimes the motors just need some, not even grease. They just haven't moved in a while. Especially toys that have been in storage for a long time. And my seat's sinking. And it's I kid you not, I've done this. My son has seen me do this before. I'll put batteries in, and after an hour or so, I'll notice the battery getting a bit warm. So obviously there's a bit of there's power going through it, but it's not being used. And I'll grab the toy and I'll just go on the desk, and then I hear the zzz, and then we're good. So yeah, batteries in an hour to 2 hours. If the battery starts to get warm, it means that there's obviously current, but it's not doing anything with that energy. Give it a bit of a jolt. Grab the blunt side, not the screwdrivers with the really fat rubber handle, so it's a bit of a blunt thing. You can just tap on where you think on the plastic casing where you think the motor is located. So obviously with remote control cars, they tend to be towards the back or in the middle or whatever. Just kind of give it a bit of a knock, and usually that thing kind of gets it going. So otherwise, but that's how I get a lot of motorized stuff for cheap, because parents will just grab the box out of storage, don't really want to throw it away, don't really want to sell it for a good amount of money either because they don't know if it works. They grab the first thing, put the batteries in, and if they came to it with the frame of it probably doesn't work, and then that test makes them go, yep, knew it, wasn't worth the effort. They don't bother going through the rest of the box, and that's how I get the whole box for really cheap. But yeah, that's a great question. What is your fixer-up? I would love to hear. My old boss used to be a hunt and pecker, but used to smack the keyboard. Oh, right. I like this question. Let me think. Sometimes I like the silent listing. Sometimes I like with music. Every video game controller. Love it. Teddies that have tears in them can be sewn up. Yep. Fabric. How do you all keep going with listing without getting distracted? I find it boring as heck. Michelle, do you need to use the corner? Maybe it'll be less boring if you were also on camera here. That's the whole point of this section, right? So if you want to hop on, I'll send you the link. You know what? I'm going to put the link in. There you go. If anybody wants to come on, feel free. How do I pin the comment? Let me see. I know how to do this. Do I know how to pin a comment so that it will always be available? Pin. Boom. All right. It sounds like we have our first potential candidate to stream in if she wishes to. Great tip. Thank you. I buy mainly camcorders on Marketplace that are listed as not working. It's often just the case that the batteries have gone dry and need to be replaced. Interesting, isn't it? And sometimes they just need to clean, like a couple of metal metal bristle brushes. Metal bristle brush and a toothbrush. More or less does the job. Clean the terminals and away you go. Yeah, revive battery items with lemon juice if they have corroded. Yep. I was going to pop on an audiobook for the half-hour listening sessions, but by listening to Fight Club today, so I think I'm all listened out. That's a pretty intense listen. I used to repair old TVs when I was a kid that I found on the side of the road, picked up in my go-kart. Ooh, easy $50 selling in the Quokka classified in Perth, which was heaps of dollars for a kid. Awesome, awesome. You talk about... The question is good. For me, I can fix most repairs needed on clothing, but I won't replace zips unless it's a high-end garment. Okay. I focused on one pile this weekend. I had CDs, I had taken photos of, but still getting there. I just went. I'm doing that this weekend and put YouTube and listening to Christopher Long. Challenge yourself, set a target to get it done in a certain amount of time and go for it. Yep. Oh, in relation to Michelle's question. Got it. I can knit, crochet, and embroider, so will happily pick up items with a loose button, hole, drop stitch. Agree, Matilda, though, no replacing zippers for me. Why are zippers so hard to replace? I mean, isn't it just any part of clothing? Isn't that just something that if you know how to do clothing, you just do that too? Why are zippers so hard? Soundtrack after every listing completed, like, oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you're listening like I am, which is like, one every minute, a minute and a half, it's a lot of noise. I repair a lot of hi-fi components. Ooh. I have a massive pile of clothes. I need tiny fixes done. I always just put them on the side. I'll get them done one day. Yes, and you were very honest and transparent by showing us your workspace, so we know what that pile looks like. I can knit, but would love to master crochet. Crochet. Would love to master crochet. What to do? Oh yeah, listing. Now just do it. Just do it. Just know that if you I feel this way, right? If you're going to I don't like being in that place where I want to do something and then I don't do it, and then later when I do other things that I need to do, I'm like, I should have done the thing, and having this tension of choosing which backlog I spend emotional energy on. So I suppose whilst we're here, let's do it. Let's just make the most of it. Let's enjoy it, and then when we're doing other things like packing, shipping, photographs, then we'll focus on that and not have to think about listing. And I think that's what some of you guys are probably. If some of you guys could articulate the good thing about these listing live streams is that you know that there will come a time in the week or 2 times in the week where you will get listing done. So therefore, during the week, if you don't get listing done, you don't feel guilty, right? Right. Sounds great, Mandy. I had a massive pile of clothes. I did a big listing last week too. Another pile still waiting for me to list. Awesome. Getting hair and carpet out of Kids Trackmaster, slowly cleaning, but been doing it for over a year. Having a few health issues lately, so I don't want to make her my slave right now. Oh, mom, right, got it. Jake, do you know how to fix VHS and DVD recorders where the VHS has been sucked up? Why not zips, expense, or time? Yeah, curious question. Me too. Agree about the zips. You fix books now? Hope she'll be okay. We all do. Also, Liz, you guys know there's a Liz who usually pops into these sessions. Her partner just come back from hospital, so keep her in your prayers as well. Hopefully he returns to his full strength. Yep. And she was feeling kind of like bad that she's not turning up to these sessions. And I told her, self-care, look after yourself first. And so Liz, if you're listening to this, look after yourself, be back when you can. And yeah, hopefully your sales don't drop as well when you're having time away. Jody listening to, oh, thank you, Jody. Time consuming. Right. So it's the time thing. Got it. I can sew, but hate zips. Life is too short, lol. Not sure about anyone else, but I can hand sew a whole clothes, but would use a sewing machine to replace a zipper. It takes a lot more time. Makes sense. Yep. I only swap dust jackets to fix up books, never repair them. My books are not super rare, so I leave it to the buyer to deal with. Okay. I wish I can timestamp that part about emotional energy. I wish I can timestamp that part about emotional energy. Oh, the backlog thing. I'll make it into a short. Thanks for the idea. I'll make it into a short. It'll be a standalone clip, and then yes, I'll do that. Because then I can repost it every so often if everyone needs a reminder. Set weekly listed goal, achieve that, have the rest of week off. I don't know, Charles. Like I find that an interesting thing for you to say, because you've got something like 20,000 listings at the moment, and I feel like if you're at that level, aren't you sourcing at that level too? Which means that you also have probably more to list than you can list at any given point in time. I don't know when I'd stop growing. I feel like I just want to keep growing. And at the moment, if not for the fact that I need to sleep, eat, take a shit, and shower, I would just, and sorry, that came out wrong, because I'm also a family man and a husband, spend time with my wife and kids and my family. If I work it, the point being is, if I didn't have to do all those necessary things, I'll still keep listing. So I think, yeah, like, how does one finish the listings for the week? You have more discipline than I do, if that's really what it comes down to. Because I don't. I'm just like, I just have workaholic tendencies. There you go. The internet now knows. I meant for people that struggle to list much. Okay, got it. I bought a whiteboard with the days on that, then have put some items I'm needing to list on that in my storage unit so I can keep focusing on. Yep, cool. Oh, sorry, guys. Great question, Jonas. And yeah, great question. We went down several paths in that one. What else can be fixed? What else have we fixed? I know that there's some guys in the action figure community that use 3D printers to fix parts. But that's like a whole different, that's not something you do for resellers. That's definitely not something, that's something you do to cover your costs and then give back to your community of collectors. And then essentially the payment is for the cost of the material, maybe for a little bit of time, and then you get the joy of having more things to fix, because then but it's not a money thing. Like, it wouldn't be a reseller's thing. No. Goblin Haberdashery sent me a bunch of links actually to people who turn Hot Wheels cars into like Christmas tree ornaments on Etsy. And I guess that applies for everything, right? You can turn anything into an ornament. So there's that too, which made me think, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind, like, if I had a pile of cars that, are like $3 cars that really can be turned into ornaments and sell them for $10. With something simple like drill, screw, and string, if that's the case, and learning how to do it so that it doesn't damage the car, could be a way of making more money. But once again, it takes time, right? I list crazy, man, crap everywhere. I have also been telling my family I'm working using different terminology has changed my mindset. Awesome. Love it. I love it. We talked about the power of words before. I struggle to get my listing done, easily distracted. I think Sandra, do you list on the computer from memory? Yeah. If you find that you get distracted, try and download apps. Apps that block off certain websites so that you're only allowed to use eBay, for example. I think Paul would know because I think you're using a PC. And essentially, what they do is for a certain period of time, it will only allow you to use allowed websites. In which case, then to unlock it, you have to enter a password or something. The point being is there's effort to go elsewhere, so that it forces you to kind of stay where you are. That could be one thing that could help. The other thing is to use this wonderful tool. I mean, and look, distraction. Everybody gets distracted. I don't think anybody doesn't get distracted. But for me, I can source. I can go take photos. I can watch YouTube videos. I can tell myself that everything I'm doing is beneficial. But the thing is, I already know there's more things to do than I have time to do and energy to do. And therefore, it really comes down to priority. If everything is useful, which useful thing must I do now? And hence listing live streams, being on screen with you guys. Bear in mind, this format helps me as much as it helps you. I'm not here because I know I've perfect discipline. If anything, I can wake up some mornings and forget what I need to do for the day. So, and that comes with the whole sleeping late, waking up early territory, right? Like you wake up some mornings, I'll wake up and be like, is it Wednesday or Thursday? You know what I mean? So, distraction is a human thing. Figure out how to be in flow, get work done, prioritize, and several mental models, and plus tools that you can put together to hopefully make sense for you to focus. I've struggled with listing with long sessions for 12 years or so it's not new. Generally, I put on YouTube something I don't need to concentrate on, ambience or romance novel movies. Listening, I list around 300, 500 items a week. Nice. I've done the double shift. Oh, for everybody, Champs does media, so please, those of you guys who flat lay, complex wedding dresses and whatever, please don't compare yourself to Champs. As you said, it's items, it's category, ASP, all that stuff. It's a mixture. Do not look at 300, 500 and go, I'm so far behind. Context matters. I've done double shift and I'm half asleep. So nice to briefly chat. I'll be on Friday session. Might join the stream. Ooh, awesome! All right, everyone, have a good sleep. We'll see you on Friday. Clean a lot of video game consoles accessories have quite easy fixes. Sometimes just a good clean refurbished the trick. I heard apparently like with Nintendo 64 and like the Sega Genesis is just the case of the air canister that you just kind of blow off all the dust from the cartridges and it works again. But because it's so deep, people don't bother doing it. Or parents definitely have no clue. Can bend axles on Hot Wheels be repaired or just bin them? Depends. Some of them you can, some of them you can't. Really depends on whether you can get the angle on it. Obviously, you need to bend out, not in. So clearly, you can't bend into the car because the frame's in the way, but you can bend out. So therefore, if you can angle it and properly hold one side and kind of squeeze out with just the right amount of strength. But granted, if you squeeze too hard, it's one of those, then it's gone. So yeah, if you can squeeze it just the right amount, it's fine. But if you squeeze it too hard, then it's beyond repair. That being said, though, there are some cases that are very sought after, in which case then you can just sell the casing and the people will just buy it for the casing anyways. Yeah, Jody, but once again, Champs does media. So you need to understand with media, it's very rinse and repeat. He's essentially like Tom. Rinse and repeat very quick. So if I listed Hot Wheels cars, I'd be doing those kind of numbers too, just because it's just non-stop. I only have eBay and Google on my computer. Okay. So what do you get distracted with then, Sandra? Enlighten us, because someone like me just thinks internet, bunch of open tabs, children, anything to do with dressing up, costumes, makeup, props. I love it all. I hate writing descriptions. I need to do them for SEO on website. My shift work doesn't help. That's true. How do you use templates? I don't, but need to try and make listing quicker. Just sell similar. Definitely use templates. I started buying sewing machines before COVID hit, was going to tinker with them, but then everyone was at home. Sometimes just cleaning a machine will make me go again. Need to update templates. I've changed a few things. This story I sell on 3 marketplaces in my website. There's data needed for all of them. I can't list as quickly as I see John do it. Too much data to do. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just on eBay, so I can understand. And Puppy Dog wants to do more listing. All right, more listings. Let's go. I'm gonna get a snack. Got the old tummy grumble. Too quick, too quick, too quick. Too quick. Yeesh. Are we happy for me to roll into another timer? Because I'm on a roll. So if you guys want to roll as well, let me know. So I'm happy to keep going if you are. Okay. Love it. I love it. I love it. I love it even more. Mandy, no matter how much we say no pressure, no pressure, there's always someone who who will be like, but I want pressure, and I'm placing pressure on myself. Which is good, which is good. Man, that feels like the that feels like the fastest hour ever. That scared me. It was so silent for a while. The alarm. Join the rewatch crew tomorrow. Thanks, Sean. It was a productive night for me. Good night, all. Glad it was productive. That's the idea. Ooh. I'm tempted to go to sleep, but because it's school holidays at the moment, and I'm spending like the whole of Thursday with my son. Gotta keep working. Gotta get things out. Gotta get things out the door. Cannot be complacent. Otherwise, the store will die with no listings. The store will die. Hi, Jonas. 53 scheduled, 8 listings loaded live. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome stuff. Sweet. We'll see you guys on Friday then. Those of you guys who are heading off, see you on Friday, 10 a.m. Remember, 10 a.m. start, not 12:10. Make a quick lunch. Yeah, hopefully it will be more. What's the word? We'll have more momentum than the Fridays we've had in the past, where it was like a sluggish kind of afternoon. That was funny. I could do the Friday session as no petrol class. Nice, nice, nice. Leanne, hello. Someone new. Welcome. We do get people from the UK here. That is for sure. Although I don't think any of them are actually in the chat today. The only one who's not Australian is I'm a reseller, and he's in Chicago, in the States. Welcome. How did you hear about the session? And you've come with an hour and a bit to spare. So, are you here to do some listing too? Mel, of course. Nice. Well, welcome. What we do is 30 minutes of listing, 10 minutes of chat, and then we do another 30 minutes of listing. And the whole idea is that I'm on screen listing. If you want to do some listing, you can. During the 30 minutes, I don't talk, but the chat still happens. So, great way to be part of a community, get work done. It's a lovely ecosystem. It's a lovely terrarium of reselling productivity. Awesome. All right, I'll start another timer. Let's go. So welcome, Leanne. I'm glad to have you here. So we got this session, and we do one on Friday at 10 a.m. So I'm not sure what that would translate to UK time for you. Melbourne, 10 a.m. Whereabouts in the UK are you? Oh, it's like 1 a.m. 10 a.m. for us is 1 a.m. for you. That might be a bit hard. But I won't assume. Maybe you're someone who likes to work.
Hey.
It works. That was surprisingly seamless.
Okay. Good stuff. I know Johnny, he has a setup like this too. He's been
I wasn't expecting it to just like remove one screen, add one screen. This is awesome.
Okay. Yeah, it's cool. Thanks for letting me come on here for a second.
Now, all good, man. Thanks for being the first one to hop on.
Like ever?
Do you want to tell us about yourself and all that?
This
Since you have
ever first
the mic.
during the stream. Oh yeah, so my name is Shagan. Username I'm a resell it. So I've been reselling for about 3.5 years now. I'm based out of Chicago. I
3.5 years,
sell a lot of
cool. Full time 3.5 years.
yep, yep. Yeah, the C word turned me into a full-time reseller.
Wow, nice, nice.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, I like to travel around a lot, and when I travel, I source in different places. So I was in Vegas recently. I have a lot of family out there. I was in Phoenix. I was down in Atlanta. I was in Charlotte, and then over the winter I was in Thailand. So I was there for a few months and sourced a bunch of good stuff out there. Brought it back to the US and then yeah, make content about electronics and collectibles and reselling stuff. So yeah, coming up on 1 year now. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. Yeah, I guess I probably started following you maybe 2 weeks ago, and I only know you, Mill, and Matt as far as YouTube resellers that make content so far. And then I think Life of a Reseller or Reseller Life. I just discovered him recently. Yeah, not too many of you guys, um, Australians on YouTube, at least for reselling, yet. Oh, my sound is off. Just has muted. Hold on a second. I can't hear. Okay, I think I can. I think it's better now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
So apparently I can't use the other camera. All right, so yeah, I feel like we like our balanced lifestyle too much. So we tend to be um what's the word? We don't hustle. I think hustle is not a thing here as much as it is in the States. Um because we when my friends from so I grew up in Malaysia, and in Malaysia we have working from like 6, we will leave the house at 6 in the morning, we'll come home, usually have dinner on the way home, and then we'll come home and just maybe an hour in the gym and go to sleep and start and go to work the next day really early, and that's normal. And I feel like my friends in Malaysia who go to the US and study, they find that they can come back and work in Malaysia because you guys in the States work pretty long hours too, from what I'm hearing. Like commuting long distances is quite normal. Whereas in Australia, those who come to Australia to study cannot go back to work in Malaysia because here they do a really good job at protecting, your 9 to 5. And then you come home, you spend some time with your family, you get to do sport after work, go to the gym, things like that. So I think that's probably the reason why we don't have as much YouTubers doing reselling, because most of us probably already spend the time reselling, and then the YouTube is just like more time on top. Yeah, that's how I explain it, anyways. Because it's interesting with the way that you value how you use your time.
Yeah, you're right. We have this mindset of hashtag, no sleep. And the way that our holidays are set up, we only get the average person probably gets about 10 days off, paid days off for the whole year, the entire year, not including like our bank holidays. So that's not really
Wow.
enough time to really travel. And if you tell someone that lives here, oh, I'm going to go traveling for 2 weeks, they'll probably think you're crazy. Just
Hmm.
short vacations or something here. Yeah, we do work a lot. That we do work a lot, and I've traveled in Europe, and it's just completely different over there. And I'm not sure how it is in Australia. I've only had a layover in Australia, but in Europe, standard to get like 4 or 5 weeks minimum time off for the year. In order to get that much time here, you got to be with the company like 10, 15 years. And like my brother, he works for a company, Costco. He's been there 15 years. And I think he gets 3 weeks off. But it's taken
Wow.
15 years to get to that point where he's gotten 3 weeks off. And I don't know many people that have that much time off here. Um, yeah, it's
Wow.
we're workaholics over here. We definitely are. Yeah, hustle mindset. And I guess when I was in Thailand and I would like to move away from that hustle mindset. I do, of course I like working, but I do want to like create more time for myself. I know it's hard as a business owner. We do have to work all the time, and especially with YouTube, trying to edit these videos and then find the balance between editing and maintaining my sales at the same time. And especially at the beginning, when you're on YouTube, you're not getting paid, and even when you do get paid, it's very small compared to, oh, I can list, this amount, X amount of items or X amount of dollars in this time, and it's almost guaranteed to sell, based off the sell through rate. With YouTube is just a mystery. You kind of, you make videos and you hope for the best and you don't know how long it's going to take. But I mean, it
Yep.
is cool. It's yeah, creative outlet. It's and it's fun too. I so on Sundays I go live and then I just go to the flea markets a lot. And then I'm in the chat every once in a while, and then I try to edit some of those videos into like long format videos. So it's kind of cool. Even though I'm there by myself, I'm not there by myself because I have the chat with me, and they're asking questions and telling me you should try this, and we're chatting back and forth. So that's pretty cool. And
Mm.
there was one subscriber. He's in Kansas City, and I found these old horses, like Mark's horses. I wasn't sure about them. They were in pretty rough condition, and the guy only wanted like $10 for the box, but it looked like a lot of work. And I'm like, I don't know. And then one of I think his name is Kyle from Colorado. He's like, yeah, buy them. I was like, all right, I bought them. So I bought them for $10, and I just put them up on auction. They sold for like $180 plus shipping. They
Wow.
went to Germany. So if I hadn't been live at that time, I probably wouldn't have bought those horses just because it seemed like a lot of work and it's outside of my niche. I like to buy electronics, so it's fun. It's fun times.
I I love the amount of, by the way, you should see some of the things that these guys are saying in the chat. I haven't worked in a job for since 2013, so I've forgotten how much leave we get. And Paul's reminding us that in Australia we get 20 days of annual leave standard, and then there's like 10 paid days of sick leave, and then you get up to 11 public holidays paid as well. So we get a lot down here. And then also, I remember when my wife went on maternity leave. I think it was like 20 weeks of paid leave for a mom to just not be at work, depending on if you're in public health, and then in private, I think it's negotiated. But I was hearing that I think in the States you guys have to use your paid leave for maternity leave as well. Like it's not like a separate maternity. Like if someone gives birth, they get like an additional.
So it's been a while since I've had a regular job too. But yeah, a lot of people they do combine their regular like sick time or personal time to extend that maternity leave. It's
Hmm,
I think it's 6 weeks here. I believe
hmm,
it's 6 weeks standard, and then after that, yeah, you have to use vacation or personal or sick
hmm.
time to take more time off. It's unless you work for one of those, I mean, like Google or Apple. I mean, their benefits are pretty amazing. You can have more time off, but if it's just a standard company, yeah, you have to use personal time or sick time or vacation time to get that time off. Yeah,
I
20 of
see.
in the UK, 28 days paid holidays plus bank holidays. That sounds amazing. 30 days.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why I left you in the corner. I
Oh, no, no
shouldn't.
problem.
I'm still figuring, as you can tell, well, I'm still figuring out how to use like StreamYard properly. I'm like, why am I leaving him in the corner? I should give him the half of the screen.
No
um,
problem.
I really want, like, with like Leanne in the UK, 28 days. That's very similar to Australia. I suppose we're essentially British by origin. Um, but yeah, there are a lot more resellers in the UK who actually have YouTube channels as well, which is interesting because I thought by logic, with the whole balance of lifestyle and all that kind of stuff, that the UK would have a similar pattern. But there's quite a large bunch of UK YouTubers as well. So yeah.
And I saw that they're having, I think this is the second annual reseller summit in UK, which is in March, just like a conference for resellers. I saw they had one yet last year, or no, this year, and I guess there's a second one next year. I'm like, oh, that'll be pretty interesting. Um, yeah, if I was if I was in the area, I would probably want to go. I've went to a few of those. Well, I think I went to four this year. I was traveling a lot. I went to one in Vegas. That one was pretty small. I went to one in Arizona. Phoenix, Arizona, camp listing party. So that one was pretty cool. And that software I'm actually going to start using soon. I've just kind of been putting it off with cross listing because I just sell on eBay, and they talk about how there's more opportunity on Poshmark and Macari, and I'm like, oh, I really don't want to put my energy into a whole nother app and learning this, but I mean, everyone they say they get extra sales, so I mean, I might as well try it out, and if I hate it, I can just stop using it and go back to just all in on eBay. And
Yep.
then where else did I went? Oh, I went to FlipCon in Charlotte, North Carolina too. So that was pretty
Oh,
helpful. Just
wait, so you were there when Mel was there?
yeah, I was there. Yeah, I met Mel, met Matt. Yep. Yeah, it was
Right.
about 200 something resellers. So that was pretty cool. Connecting with other resellers, over over Zoom and YouTube is, Instagram. It's good, but just talking to someone in person is real cool. Because yeah, Mel I heard about 2 years ago. It was like a podcast with Tech and Sports, and oh, okay, she sells a lot of books, a lot of books. I don't sell any books, no books at all. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I'll try to go to more events maybe next year. I'm probably done for this. Oh, there's actually one more event next week. eBay Open is in Chicago, so that's pretty easy. I could just go downtown, and I think there's going to be about 150, 200 people there, just one night.
Wow.
So that should be a good time
I
too.
we haven't had an eBay Open in a while, but we had a similar thing. They called it All Ears, the All Ears event, where essentially they want to listen to what we have to say. And they did one in Perth, Melbourne, Sydney, and Queensland, and we had about 80 people turn up to each session. So smaller, but they did a good job. They fed us well. So that was the best part. They had a sit down kind of lunch, so you
Okay.
sit down with members of the staff and talk to them about various things. And I feel like because they were not I feel like they do it to kind of remind us that they still exist, because oftentimes we feel like there's no one we can actually contact on eBay to get anything done. It feels like we're talking to everyone who works offshore. And so nice of you to turn up and go, hey, we actually work in an office in Australia. We're, you know, yeah. So
Yeah,
so that
when I'm having an issue, I contact Facebook, eBay on Facebook, and then it takes 24 hours or so for them to get back to you, and it's not so personable. It's just text, and then you wait, and it's kind of hard getting someone on the phone nowadays on eBay. I mean, I think it's always been that way, but it's
Hmm,
yeah, it's cool seeing the rep in person. There's a eBay rep there in Phoenix too, so I talked to him, Brian. So it was
hmm.
nice.
The I but then again though, I still appreciate that you have some form of contact. That's and I particularly appreciate that you can actually chat to them and have a history, because I remembered back when I was a finance broker, I built a website, and I had a consultant to help me build a website. And every time I contacted the consultant to fix anything on the website, he would bill me. And then if they had to add more subcontractors to fix things on the website, if the website was broken, they would bill him, and then he would bill me. And so
Mm.
I feel like a lot of people, when they say eBay doesn't care about me, I'm going to go start my own thing, it's a lot of work. And sometimes if things work out fine, it's cheaper, but when the moment things don't work out, it's expensive, and you have to find people to fix things. And then oftentimes if the person who built it no longer does it anymore, then you got to find someone else. And then if they don't know what the first person did, they can go screw it up, and then it just spirals downhill from there. And then you, the person who doesn't know anything. And it's funny because Paul Laurie in the chat, he obviously knows more about websites and coding and whatever else. He's like, he'll do it, he'll fix it himself. But someone like me, no clue. Essentially, if it all goes to crap, then it's done.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Or
moving
my
parts.
online presence altogether.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts.
Hmm.
So you're in Melbourne, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Uh,
Yeah, I just
I
I
saw.
just hit a sit. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. No, you go. You go.
Oh, I was gonna say I had a short layover in Sydney, and I always wonder if that counts as going to Australia. Even I didn't leave the airport though, so I don't think it counts.
Um, I think it counts. I think it counts. the air, I think if you can smell the air and it smells different, it counts. But if it still smells like airport, like any other airport, then I guess it doesn't count. Yeah.
Cool.
When I found out that Mel sold books, um, I get this stress response because with toys, I don't have to lift things very often. Oftentimes, the boxes I'm lifting are quite small. It's only when I bring the bulk lot back home that it's a big box that requires some sort of heavy lifting. But for the most part, it's small pieces. They're all tiny things. Every time I watch one of her videos, I feel tired watching her videos because she's squatting and lifting and squatting and lifting. And then I remember when I met her in person in Queensland back in April, and I found out that she was actually just a little bit shorter than me. I now feel even more tired watching her because I realize how tall she is. Because she's not a short person. She looks a lot shorter in the videos than she does in real life. And so
Sometimes when I'm watching like some of her time lapse videos where she's packing 30 orders or 40 orders, I'm like, man, I feel a little lazy because I only have like 400 items in my inventory, and I sell like higher end items. I never have a day where I'm selling like 40 items. So like, man,
hmm,
am I doing stuff wrong? Because the and everybody talks about number of listings. How many listings are you putting up? How many number of sales? We don't talk about like the total dollar amounts. And some days I might have like one item going out and or zero items going out, but the next day it might be like a bigger sale. So I'm happy with that. But yeah, I understand what you're talking about feeling a little unproductive compared to watching other resellers and they got stacks and stacks of stuff going
and
out. That's not me.
I mean, like you with toys, for example, if you've seen my packing videos, I very rarely even swivel. You know that in basketball when they make you do the exercise with the medicine ball where you have to lift it from side to side to
Yeah.
work your core. I feel like if you're like Mel in her setup where she's rotating and picking up books and packing, it's kind of that workout, isn't it? On repeat. But I feel with smaller items, you're just standing there, you're kind of fiddling around with your fingers, and then you're packed and you're done. And the occasional time when I do have to pack a slightly bigger item, could be a big box of Legos or like a diorama of a car. My body doesn't want to do it. It sounds really sad, and I don't like that I sound this sad, but you're just so used to not moving that suddenly when you have to move just to get a task done, it just feels tedious.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes time. Like a lot of my stuff is in my basement. So, or almost all my stuff is in my basement. So I have to like go downstairs and I gotta bring it back upstairs. And I remember a few years ago when I first started, it was in an attic and it was very hard to get up there. And when I would make it, so I'm like, oh, I gotta go up this little creaky stairway and then bring it all the way back downstairs. So yeah, I guess it's better than having it in like a storage, paying for external storage. But I mean, there is a company that I work with in Denver, so they store some of my stuff for me and they ship it to the customer. So they actually have a lot of my stuff, like 80% of my inventory. And then I do sell a lot of the bigger items myself, like printers. I sell a lot of VCRs, tape players, like large electronics.
So you use like a third party fulfillment for some of your stuff,
So yeah, so the company, they're called eBliss, and it's kind of like Amazon FBA. I don't think you guys have Amazon, right? Or no Amazon there, right?
we have
Or
we have Amazon. I'm not sure if we do FBA or not because I don't use Amazon in Australia.
so what I do is a lot of my items, probably yeah, about 80% of my stuff I ship to Denver, Colorado, and then they store it for me. And then when it sells, they ship it to the customer for me. It can't be
Right.
bigger than like 6, 7 pounds. It's got to fit into like a 20 by 17 Ziploc bag. And then the stuff that's too big to ship to them, that's weighs too much or dimensions are way too big, I keep for myself. Or every once in a while, I'll just keep items, higher end items, and I'll ship those myself. So it's been
Well,
pretty helpful with them. That's why I'm able to like travel around a lot because they store my inventory and they ship it for me most of my stuff. So it's pretty
so the
cool.
idea is you move around as you source, you just ship it into them, and then they ship it out
So
for you.
I've only
Cool.
done that twice. Well, a lot of stuff I just when I'm traveling, I bring it back to Chicago, and then from Chicago I ship it to Denver. But I do have the option to ship it from wherever I am to Denver. Like when I was in Tennessee, I think that was one time that I did it from Tennessee to Denver, and then I did it a couple times in Vegas too. So from Vegas to Denver. That way, I'm not lugging all the stuff back to Chicago and then sending it from Chicago to Denver. It's just the prep work, the testing. A lot of stuff is incomplete. Like I need extra cables or remotes for it, or I got to do minor repairs. So that takes time trying to get it prepped and then get it sent to Denver because it's got to be ready for the customer. And before I started using them, I would have like a VCR, for example, it would be incomplete, but I would have like duplicates of the same VCR. So I would have just extra accessories that I would just take a picture with, and then when it's sold, I would just add the accessories to it. But I can't do that with Denver. It's got to be ready to go to the customer. So that's been a
Yep,
little
yep.
bit of a change. But it's
Is
been
there
helpful.
if they do they hold it indefinitely, or is it a case where if they hold it for a period of time and it's not selling, then they make you take it back? Like Amazon makes you, like, the fees go up if they're holding it for longer than a certain period of time. And
No, no certain period of time, but there has been one time, and it's probably gonna happen again, where I just delisted a bunch of inventory, and some of it I decided to send back to me, and other stuff I just decided just to donate because it was just bad buys. The comps changed, especially with COVID. Things that used
yep,
to sell for a lot more money gone down in prices. I remember remote controls I used to sell for like $50, $60. Now they're selling for like $10, and it changed. So in that case, they charge a fee for like delisting items, but it's just it saves money in the long term. Delisting that item, they donate it for me. I just tell them what items there is to get rid of, and they do it that way. So I
mm,
just got to be. I'm very picky about what I send in. I gotta know the sell through rate, how much money I paid for it. Yeah, how long it's gonna take to sell, and I got to be confident that it's gonna sell, and not take. The goal is like 90 days. No longer than 90 days, depending on what it is. If it's yeah, depending on how much I paid for it. So if I paid very little for it, it's going to sell for a lot of money. I'm okay with waiting for it to sell. But if I had to pay up for it, then I'm looking for that to sell fast. Like there's
right,
this TI calculator that I bought. Was it Sunday? Or yeah, Sunday. So I paid $35 for it. Of course, I don't want to pay $35 for a calculator, but it's brand new sealed and it sells for like $190. So that
yep.
sold last night. It took 2 days. Today's Tuesday here. Today's Tuesday. Yeah. So of course I'm willing to pay up. It's gonna sell that fast.
I think Jody wants to know what's the what's the cost that you add on to the item. Say, is it like $1? So, for example, is it like a dollar a month, or are we talking like $5 a month for every item that you send in? Like, in terms of,
So they have a couple different plans. I haven't looked at it in a while, but the two plans or the plan that I have, it's about $2.50 is like a processing fee, a receiving fee, and then
yep,
when it sells, it's another $2.50. And then each item is 50 cents per month for storage.
right,
So if I can sell that item in under 30 days, then it'll cost me $5 for storage and then shipping. And they use MUAA to log into my account, and they just ship it on my behalf. They use my information to ship it directly to the customer.
right. That's not bad then. Actually, that's pretty good. Um, I gotta look at whether we have those. We have those in Australia. I know we have them in Australia for bigger items. Um, there's a guy we know who does it for like furniture, because it's like a big item where the shipment comes in, and then they fulfill that because it's you need the big warehousing and it's more about the setup. But what you're saying is more of small storage efficiency, and I suppose shipping out of Colorado is probably better than shipping out of Chicago. From what I understand, you guys get a lot of snow, don't you?
Yeah, we do. We do. It's pretty rough here in the wintertime. And Colorado is it's a good location too, but I think as far as because Chicago is more central in the country,
Yep.
so I think Chicago might be even a better place than Colorado as far as like overall shipping to other parts of the country. Like I can go to the East Coast pretty easily, New York, Florida, and then California. I mean, California is far, but yeah, I think Chicago is a little bit better location, but just the freedom it gives me with flexibility with traveling because I travel around a lot and I can't be here all the time to do my shipping. Like this year, I haven't been here in Chicago 5 months out of the year, so it would be impossible to travel without them. And I don't have a storage set up and then hiring an employee, that would be pretty expensive to set up compared to what
Mm,
I pay eBliss, that's the company.
yep. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, you guys definitely have a lot more facilities, services that you can use than we have here. I mean, at the moment, we only have like for the average person, it's essentially eBay, Facebook, and Gumtree, which is like Craigslist for you. And then that's if you're an individual wanting to be a reseller. And then if you want to use like Kogan and Catch and all those other websites, you essentially need to be a business. Um, but yeah, for used items, we essentially got 3 sites. Whereas you guys, well, I mean, we have Poshmark here, but I'm not sure how Poshmark. I think only just started here, and I think we have Depop, but it's not really that great. So essentially, you have eBay, Facebook, and Gumtree, which is Craigslist. But you guys have like more.
Yeah, I am grateful how many the options that we have here, what we can sell for, and how we can source items. There's so much stuff here with and I only go to like flea markets right now. Really, I do a little bit of online sourcing, so I go to OfferUp, Facebook. I used to use an app called Let Go. They don't exist anymore. Craigslist every once in a while, but online estate sales, I want to do more of that. And then I rarely go to thrift stores. I go to thrift stores maybe once a month, and I know there's stuff there. I don't do yard sales. Well, yeah, every once in a while I did a yard sale about a month ago, and yeah, there's a lot. We have a lot of options. A lot of options on how to buy, how to source things. Yeah, I'm lucky to be here because I've been in other places. Yeah, in Thailand, I just did the flea markets, and then I did the Japanese secondhand stores. Those were pretty cool. And then I was in Amman, Jordan. I went to a flea market there. Um, and I mean, I barely bought anything, but it was cool being there. And I see that, yeah, other countries, they don't have the options that we have as far as buying and selling. It's pretty lucky. Yeah, pretty lucky. Yeah, when
Yep.
Matt came here, yeah, I know he enjoyed it. He's been here twice, and he did the whatnot with Harry with Josh, Harry Tornado, and yeah, he had a fun time doing that whatnot show. That's something I've only done a few whatnot shows. I know that's another opportunity to sell stuff fast, especially for you. You sell toys. People, once you get a following on there, you would do very well, and people can move product very fast. But a lot of stuff that I buy is kind of like vintage stuff that is, I got to have the right buyer. I do sell like some Funko Pops every once in a while, Marvel, DC stuff, but that stuff's hard to find. It's hard to find like the good quality stuff. I find the $3 ones, $5 ones, but it's it's like $2 profit after all the fees and stuff. I need something higher end. But
You'll
yeah, whatnot. I'll go ahead.
I was looking at the comps for the states, and it's like because you guys are essentially swimming in product. No, that lower to middle band of pricing is quite thick because everyone kind of can get everything and is familiar with everything. We always take it for granted. You know what I mean? Like when we I think just seeing things become available for sale in Australia or even in like Japan, Singapore, like when I talk to buyers in Singapore when they buy things directly from Australia or they buy things from Malaysia, they just say like you just don't see items go up for sale as often. Whereas in the States, it's like it's always available. So you almost can't get you almost don't have that window where you're the only person selling the one thing unless like you said vintage electronics or something really obscure. Like I remember looking at like vintage stuff. I feel like in Australia we have a vintage kind of following, but not really because it's just like any other thing. Whereas in the States, I feel like it's more special because it doesn't come up as often. Whereas all the mainstream stuff like your toys, your media, your I guess more current electronics, there's just a lot of it. You're very rarely going to be that only person selling the only thing for say 3 months at a go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. There's just so much stuff with. I see a lot of Amazon bin returns when I go to the flea
Yep.
markets, and a lot of vendors, they're selling the exact same thing. So as the buyer, they could go to the flea market to buy it. They could, pay full price at on Amazon.com. There's Walmart and Target and all these other retailers to buy the stuff, and yeah, it makes it a little bit hard to buy or to sell the same. item that they can buy in 5 or 10 different places. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of focused on like electronics. Like I sold a remote control yesterday, and this was a remote control that I bought in Thailand, and I was the only person that had that remote control listed. It took like 3 months to sell, but it sold and it went to California, and I was the only person with that type of remote control listed. So, and when I listed it, I didn't have like best offer set on. It was just a set price. So I'm like, oh, you either buy it from me or you don't have it. And especially it goes to a laser disc player. So I mean a lot of the
Wow.
functions, yeah, this thing is old, old, old. So a lot of the functions or some of the functions you can't do on the player itself. You gotta do it from remote control, or the person's gotta physically get up and push the buttons. They don't want to do that. So they're gonna pay, what I'm asking because I'm the only one listing that, and there's no knockoff replacement, no Chinese replacements because it's so old that people forget about it. You ask a 20-year-old,
Yep.
they don't even know what a laser disc player is.
Oh man, I remember. I think I've only ever seen one laser disc in my life, and that was the I think it was the Terminator movie. I still remember how
Oh,
big that thing was. It was like the one with the Schwarzenegger on it, and he's holding the gun kind of like this.
the first one or the second one? Remember?
I think it was the first one. I remember
First
it
one.
being like a darkish grayish, bluey blue kind of shade. But man, and I also remember going to people's houses, and they'd only have like 4 or 5. You would not see a whole collection of laser discs because they were so expensive as well. It was like a
Mhm.
select few movies, and that was about it. Yeah,
I've
man.
only seen those. I've never watched one. I've only seen those at the flea markets every once in a while. I try to find one that's brand new. That still hasn't happened yet in 3.5 years, but maybe one day I'll find one and I'll look it up and it's worth $10. I'm like, oh, yeah,
We just made a we're making Paul really happy because Paul remembers all those things. Paul's into his media and his collectible
extra
tech.
material. Okay.
Anyone's asking us questions, and there's a bit of discussion around what people sell, clothes. Jody bought some CDs. A bunch of CDs at auction for $10 listed individually with a few models. Cool. Let us know how you go. At the end of the day, it's learning, Jody. It's all about learning. So even if you get the bundles completely wrong, you're still learning. So don't feel like you have to get it perfect. You're starting out after all. Make all your mistakes.
Are
I
most of
remember.
your subs in
Sorry.
Australia? Do you know? Okay.
Yes, because the algorithm, what's the word? The algorithm is quite geographical in that sense. So it's like unless there's a reason for us to be shown in a different country, it'll just show us to Australians. So that's why most of my subs are Australian. And then only until I started doing more stuff with Mel, and then I think some of her American and UK followers like Lian came over, and then it started showing some of the content over to like the Americans and the UK people. So it's like the algorithm is quite a hard one to crack with YouTube. And I think, but at the same time, if you compare numbers, like in the States, you can upload 3 videos and get to 1,000 subscribers because you've got so many people watching it at the same time. But also the I've heard that the watch hours are not the same because everyone just has so many things, so many options to pick from.
Uh,
Like to your point about the engagement, right? Whereas in Australia, we do long form content, and we'll see something like 25 to 50%, engagement rate, which is quite insane compared to what the Americans get because you guys have just so many things you can watch at the same time. Um,
so you said 15 to 20% engagement, or
25 to 50%.
okay,
Yeah,
okay, yeah, that's pretty high. Yeah. So your
yeah.
click through rate, your
Not the click
know
through
what you
rate,
oh
the amount of time the audience retention rate.
okay,
Yeah.
all right, yeah.
So I was, from what I was understanding, like in the States, you see like 10,000 views, 20,000 views, but we're talking like 10 to 15% retention rate because they'll just watch for a little bit, shuffle along, and then just move on, and then shuffle along and then move on because there's just so many things that they can subscribe to. So I guess it's not to say we're smaller, and we get less subs, but we also get more views hour-wise, so therefore the ads do play. And then, yeah, anyways.
I mean, that's something that I'm still struggling with average view duration. And you were saying earlier about a lot of your subs are in Australia because of where you live at. So one thing that I learned the hard way when I was in Thailand was the content was being pushed out to people in Thailand, Singapore, Laos, and the amount of people that speak English there is very low. It's like 15% or 10%, so they wouldn't
Yep.
understand, and of course they wouldn't click on my stuff. So I was pretty stubborn. I was thinking about using a VPN, and then I just waited, and I ended up waiting like 3 months before I started using the VPN, and I got like better results because they were pushing it out to people who actually speak English because I just changed it to the U.S. instead of leaving
Mm.
it on Thailand. And the time that I was uploading it to, I was trying to upload it around a time that people would be up in the U.S., but that was tough. But I should have used that VPN sooner when I was over there, especially for the YouTube Shorts. Um, yeah, but I'm learning.
You got Lee is here, another UK person. Leanne, I think there's like 10 UK people now on the channel, which is pretty cool. Quite happy about that. Paul saying, cool that you met Craigslist Hunter. Tell us about that.
So this was this last year? Yeah, last year, November, December. I was leaving for the winter. I leave. I've only done it 2 years. I leave Chicago for the winter, and I come back because it's just I don't want to be here in the cold, and I source at the flea markets a lot. So I met up with Cincinnati Picker, and I sold him a bunch of stuff. And then I met up with Pete Craigslist Hunter. He's in Chicago, so he's in the northwest suburbs. And I just still had a bunch of stuff left over. So I ended up just driving up there. It was like an hour and a half drive. I got to see his shop for the first time, and yeah, he's really cool people. He has a rally coming up in I think it's in Cincinnati or Kentucky. I'm not gonna go to it, but him, Kevin, Commonwealth Picker, and then John Cincinnati Picker, they're gonna have a reseller rally in like a couple weeks. So it was cool. Yeah, he bought all my stuff. I had a bunch of Funko Pops, electronics. My car was full. He took it all. So that was I had a short video about that. Yeah, nice guy. I learned a lot from him. Yeah, Craigslist. He used to buy a lot of stuff on Craigslist. Now he has this shop where almost like a pawn shop where he has a camera set up, and then people come in, and he negotiates and just gets stuff brought into him that way. And he's got employees set up, and yeah, it's a cool shop. It's a cool shop.
Does the stuff that does the camera essentially put it onto YouTube as well, so you get to see the interactions on YouTube? Is that how it works?
Oh yeah, he's got everything up on YouTube. Yeah, he's got like 200,000 something subs. I think 260 last time I looked. Yeah,
Wow.
really good engagement, and you can. Yeah, it's different types of people. People try to come lowball him. They try to bring stolen stuff in there. Yeah, it's. I don't know if you ever watched any of those American Pawn Shop TV shows. I mean, it's not. It doesn't have the drama like that, but he has some good interactions. I feel like when I go out, my stuff is pretty just not boring, but just regular. I mean, I find good stuff, but I never have any drama that's happened to me. I guess sometimes I don't record it. I guess I did have a situation where a couple. This was last week. I was at the flea market, so I was I was looking at a printer, and it was brand new. Looked at the box. I'm like, oh, okay, the ink is in there. So I left the printer there because it's pretty big there. And a lot of times at the flea markets, it needs to be in your hand to show that you're interested in it. But so I left the printer there. I walk over to the guy. I'm like, hey, how much for the printer? He says $50. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna haggle, of course. I'm like, will you do 30? He's like, nah, man, it's brand new. And in my head, I'm like, all right, I'll give him the 50. So I go back just to double check the printer. And someone comes over, and he starts looking at it, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna buy that, man. He's like, oh, okay. So I'm looking at something on my phone, and maybe 20, 30 seconds pass. And I walk back over to the guy, and I'm like, all right, I'll give you the 50 for it. Cause I brought my other stuff together, and I was going to, sell it together. Like, I'll give you the 50 for it, and I'll buy this other stuff too. And he's like, it's sold. I said, huh? He's like, yeah, the other guy just bought it. And it was the guy who I told I was going to buy the printer. He went over there and paid him the $50. So it was a little bit of a snake move, I would say. And I didn't get that on camera. That would have been pretty good to like some clickbait. Well, not clickbait, but that's a good title. Like, oh, I got snaked at the flea market. So I mean, I guess yeah, that's something that's happened to me recently at the flea market. Um, yeah,
That's an interesting one. I feel like I did a video where I went to the flea market and I saw like a dad and his son looking at some toy cars, and I asked the seller, how much are the cars for, and he said they were $2 each. And then eventually I said, look, what would you do a dollar? I think it was like $1.50 for all of them. And she goes, yes. And then he was slowly counting them out. And then the dad actually said to me, we're still looking at them. And I just ignored them. And then so I just talked to the seller. The seller was pretty poor at doing math. He was fumbling for a calculator. But the cars were kind of in a box where you could tell, they were like 4 across and 3 deep and like 8 long. And I kind of just went 8 times 4 times 3 times 150. And I gave him the number and he went done. And so after that, so then he just starts packing it up. And I don't know, I feel like, and you guys in the chat, let us know what you think. Like, is it we call it a dog move, right? In Australia. And I feel like with reselling, you almost don't have any rules. You almost have to be like quick and witty, fast, sly, not dishonest though. You know what I mean? Like, it's not dishonest. So I feel like if you're not dishonest, if you're not Lee's calling me a snake. Like, if you're not what's the word? If you're not rude, like there are people, you see these complaints of people in the thrift store where they're muscling around, they're pushing people around and they're yelling and they're swearing, and like, to me that's indecent behavior. But I feel like if you're not assertive in the flea market, you can't actually get anywhere. I will say I don't enjoy it. Like, I leave feeling pretty horrible about doing it. But then I ask myself, if you observe gentleman rules at the flea market, do you actually get a hit? You don't.
yeah.
Like, you just can't.
That's true. So it's been 3.5 years, and I've noticed there's been a difference with how people interact with me because I have a camera now, and maybe they think I'm some type of professional since I have a camera. I'm like, I'm not a professional, but I guess I don't have big issues, but I've run into like, I guess, small issues, and I don't remember this happening before I started recording. Um, but like, yeah, like you said, I guess you do have to be a little bit more, assertive or aggressive. Do you watch ADH Dave,
No,
MC Picker?
Mel said I should. Yes.
So I was just watching a short. He was at a yard sale, and I guess too, the vendors at the flea market, they don't really care about who buys it. They just want it to sell. But it's a little bit different at, say, the yard sales. There might be a little bit nicer, I would say, the word I would use. So Dave, he was at a yard sale and he asked the lady about video games. So she went inside, brought out some video games, and he had the box right in front of him, like good video games, PlayStation, I think like some Nintendo stuff. He's like digging through it, and you see this hand come over and like grab the PlayStation, and she's the lady's trying to like grab it. So Dave, he like grabs it back, and he's like, "What are you doing?" The lady, she brought this out for me. I'm looking at this, and then you can look at it afterwards. So yeah, she was a little aggressive that way. So
Yeah, you see, in that situation, so I used to go to night markets with my mom when I was when I was at like a college student, and she would bring me along because I would essentially shield. My job was to shield off the aggressive person. So mom would be, looking through the table, and if I sensed that there was someone creeping in, I would then stand between her and the person. And because I'm not small, and then in Malaysia, most women are about 5'4", 5'6", and I'm like 6, almost 6'1". So that kind of helped. So that there was a bit of a tag team going on there, and then she would be able to. And I think with my mom used to look for different fabrics and stuff, and with fabrics, obviously, it's quite easy for someone to just pinch the corner and pull it away. So like it is stand there, kind of, yeah. So I think it's a game. It's definitely a game. You like, I remember during we used to have a lot more Foot Locker outlets here. Now they don't have them as much anymore. And during the clearance outlets, I remember there would be most people, what they do is they see the shoe they want on the pile of shoes, and then they would find the box that was their size, and then they grab the box. Or they would grab the shoe and then go and ask okay, actually no, I remember now. They would grab the shoe because that's the model they wanted, and then they'd go find the salesperson and say, hey, I want this shoe, does it come in my size? But if you're someone who goes to the outlet very often, it's already it's probably on the table, the box in there somewhere. So it's like the moment I see someone grab the shoe, if I want that shoe, I'm looking for the box. And then if you have the box, you always make the case, I've already got the box, I'm going to go check it out. I'm missing, and you just walk up to the salesperson and be like, hi, I'm missing the shoe. And oftentimes I go to another salesperson. And so then that salesperson will then go and find the shoe, only to then find the other salesperson who is talking to the person with the shoe. And then you essentially let both the salespeople work out who deserves to get the shoe. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But it
And then
seems like
eventually,
whoever has the
well,
box.
this guy was going to go check out, but he's missing the shoe, and you've got the shoe, so you kind of need to give him the shoe.
That's a tough situation. Like, what's more important, the shoe itself or the box where it gets scanned at the register?
Yep,
That's
yep.
tough. That's tough.
But I think what it is you have to be scanning all the time. You almost cannot assume that. Like, here's another one, right? I know people who will buy multiples of an item, and then when they go and collect it at the shop, they'll actually say to the shop, actually, I was wondering if you have more in the back. And then they will take the items because I've already purchased 12 units of it. And then they'll go through the various cases of that toy to pick out 12 of like the ones they want within the various cases. So then they end up getting 6 of the rare items instead of, say, 1 rare item and then 5 common items and so forth. Which I thought was pretty clever because you're like, hey, I've already paid for 12 units and you were going to fulfill it for me randomly. But since I'm here, do you have any in the back? And then they'll just stand at the desk and wait for the person to come out and bring, several like sealed cases, and then you'll pull out the ones they want. I thought, oh, that's pretty clever too. Yeah.
That's interesting. So that's in Melbourne?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's good
It's a
times.
game, man. It's a game.
Good times. It was good times. There was another situation. I guess this was my fault. This was a couple weeks ago. So I had this little this meter, small meter, maybe like 10 inches. So pick it up out of the bin, go up to the seller. I'm like, how much? He's like 10. Of course, we're cheap, we're cheap reseller trying to bring our keep our costs low. So I'm like, hey, will you do 7? He's like, no, I want 10. So I walk over back to the bin and I put it down. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, all right, I'll give him, let me see if I'll give him the 10. So I walk back up to him. I'm prepared to pay, right? I'm prepared to pay. And some guy, I didn't notice this until later, but this is one thing I need to do I have a cart, a wagon. I need to get a cover for my cart so people can't see what I bought when I buy. So some guy in the corner of my eye, I see him, he goes by my cart, and then he goes to where I was standing at. He picks up the little meter. So now, yeah, he has the meter. He comes up. He's like, "Oh yeah, you put it down, man." I'm like, I came up here to pay him, but I didn't pay him yet. So and the guy ended up just taking his $10 out and just paying him. So but yeah, I guess I lost on that situation. I put it down. I didn't pay him fast enough. I guess I could have paid him before the guy got up there and was like, "Hey, that's mine. You just thanks for bringing it up here for me." But yeah, I was at the flea market again, and the seller doesn't care. They're like, whatever, whoever gives me this money, I don't care. Never put an item down. LOL. Fair
Never put
game,
the
bro.
item down. It's fair game. Yeah, so true, so true. Even
But
I remember the one time I was in San Jose for Black Friday sales, Thanksgiving sales. Man, that was my aunt told me, you don't put the item down, you hang on to it. Your hands, if your fingers hurt, you just hang on to it. You don't put it down.
yeah, I haven't done a Black Friday in years. Remember going with my sister when I was like a teenager, but yeah, I haven't done Black Friday. I guess it's changed a lot. A lot of people just buy online nowadays, and I think a lot of stores are closed now during Thanksgiving, and it's not as compared to like 10 years ago. It used to be pretty bad. Black Fridays. It was a rough times. Getting up at 3 in the morning, you gotta sacrifice stuff with your kids or
I
your
have to stop
family.
you. We have British royalty in the room.
Uh-oh.
Mr. James Bold Fines. Hello, hello. Do you know the name?
Oh yeah. I just started following him a few weeks ago. I saw his video in Scotland. Started following him on Instagram too. He's got the 5 a.m. club.
Yes,
If
yes. Yeah, James is
yeah.
here. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We're trialing a whole bunch of new things tonight. We had a little corner where people can come on and be on the camera, and then to help them to get into the momentum of listing, and then Shagun,
Oh, so it's pronounced Shagan. Like
Shagan,
yeah,
and then
Shagan.
Shagan
Yeah.
want to come on, and we're just having a chat. So we've been having a chat for the last. I reckon we've been going for about half an hour now.
Oh,
It's been good. It's very insightful. Yeah. And then we've got a few British people in the chat. So I think there's four out of 11 are from the UK, which is pretty awesome. Yeah.
King James. Yeah.
Also, Jody wants me to correct you, and I'll do it politely. Apparently, Melbourne. It's pronounced Melbourne. So this
Oh,
this is how we pronounce
Melbourne. Burn.
it. Melbourne.
Okay.
Yes,
What I'm saying, Melbourne,
Mm,
Melbourne. What am I saying?
Melbourne. Most people
Mel-
say Melbourne. It's spelled Melbourne. It's annoying, but it's Melbourne.
oh, I never knew that. Melbourne. Okay. Okay.
Uh, James, you came in a very interesting time because you're a flea market guy. You do the car boot sale all the time, and we're talking about what's fair game and what's, I guess, disrespectful, what's rude. So we've talked about how if you hit somebody, if you swear at somebody, if you're being very intimidating, then I guess it's not right. If you're being violent, it's not right. But if somebody puts an item down and you grab it, knowing full well that that person put it down because they were just going to pay, is that fair game? And we're currently, I feel like that's the sensitive one. It's like somebody you can tell that someone's picked up an item, they've just set it down somewhere, they're reaching for their wallet, and if you grab it and you go pay for it because you've got the money ready already, you know what I mean? Like, is that fair game? Stories of people
Um,
reaching for boxes from the side that you're looking at that is just in front of you. Or you've been given a box to go through at the garage sale and somebody just reaches in and grabs something that they see. Or there's an item of interest and the person's about to go ask if there's a box and you see the box and you know where it is and you grab the box and you buy the box, and you know what I mean? Like those kinds of things. What's where do you draw your line, King James? That's what we want to know.
one thing that I really haven't done is the bins. I've been to the bins one time here, and the bins. I'm sure you probably watched some stories or heard videos. It's like very aggressive with
Hmm.
getting physical with people, and you got to claim your cart. There's a guy that I started following recently, Flip the World, Chris, and yeah, he said how he lives in Houston, and I think there's more bins there than anywhere in the U.S. It's like in Goodwills anywhere any other city in the U.S. And he was saying how I think they only have like 15 carts, but there's not enough carts for everybody, so you got to get there super early in order to get a cart. And without a cart, you
Right.
have no claim unless you have like an IKEA bag or something. You got to lug that around. But yeah, I think that would be interesting videos going to the bins, and a lot of them they don't let you record though. At least with like a GoPro, you're not supposed to be recording, but a lot of people they like secretly record with their phones.
Yep.
Um, I think that would be yeah. We no
We
bins in Chicago in my area.
we
I mean, I
did
could
we
drive
did
like
have
2 or 3 hours.
we had bins in Malaysia. Not they were not bins, but they were not by the weight kind of bins, but they were outlet bins where all the clothes were $5 for t-shirts, $10 for jumpers, things like that, right? And my mom and I realized that the Reeboks were in one section of the factory outlet, and then like the feelers were in one section, and we wanted the Reeboks and not the feelers. And so what we would do is when you couldn't push a cart around because they made the aisles so skinny. So we started grabbing the stuff we wanted, but we would then find a cheap box of stuff that no one wanted and started tucking the stuff underneath. Kind of like what you do with if there's ice cream that you want, you just put it with the frozen piece, so no one can pick at it, and then when you come back to the frozen piece to get it. So that's what we did. We just moved the stock around, and then when we were done shopping, we just went back to that one tub of like, I think it was like old socks, like just sports socks, like white socks for like $1 a pair, and just lifted up all the socks and all our stuff that we wanted was underneath, like buried treasure. That's how we essentially like managed to get 100 items or so. Otherwise, you couldn't do it because you couldn't carry it all, and then if you carried it all, it was too crowded for you to walk through people. So you figure it out, I guess.
Yeah. Actually, I need to order some more. I need some more IKEA bags. I don't have any right now. They're all ripped. I need those.
Working them
Yeah.
too hard.
Where do you you buy a lot of in bulk, right? Bulk
So I
deals.
do Facebook Marketplace mainly
Oh,
because
that's
with toys it's a lot easier and cheaper to get it from someone's house directly. Thrift stores, it's tedious, driving a lot more, not really getting very much. Whereas with you, if I pay up front and I pay up front, I do it via bank transfer. I don't even do PayPal. So I find that if I can pay, say 20 pickups over the course of 2 weeks, then I'll just load up my truck and just drive and do all 20 pickups in one day and then come home. And that's my sourcing done more or less for the month. Um, I haven't gotten scammed. I've probably gotten scammed. Like I get scammed like probably twice a year, and I'm picking up, between 20 to 50 lots a month. So I suppose for those percentages, no need to really change your approach. You lose a couple $100.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not bad at all. That's one of the reasons
Mm,
why I don't really do too many yard sales or thrift stores is because of the driving. And here, I mean, it's really spread out between the thrift stores and the yard sales. So even to get, because I'm in the city, and to get to like the community yard sales and like I guess the better neighborhoods or to thrift stores is probably like a 50-minute drive to get out there. And then once I'm out there, maybe 10 to 15 minutes driving to another thrift store. And at the thrift stores, you don't know if you're going to find anything good. And
mm,
I'm very picky about the stuff that I buy. So yeah, I try to buy higher end things. So it's I go to the thrift store, drive 10 minutes there, don't find anything, drive another 15 minutes to another thrift store, might not find anything. So that's 25 minutes. Compared to the flea market. Oh, I do the Facebook marketplace pickups too, but it's only like for one item. And but yeah, the flea market, yeah, I drive to one place and then I'm just, trying to get some steps in and I know that I can find some good stuff there. Unless the weather is bad, I never have a bad day at the flea market just because there's hundreds and hundreds of vendors there. Um, one of the ones that I go to, Wolf Flea Market, it's in the suburbs. I think it's one of the biggest flea markets that I've been to in the country, and I've done Chicago, of course, LA. I've done Vegas, San Diego. So a lot of the major cities, and it's a huge market. There's so many vendors, and it's a good mix of people who want to do like a yard sale, but they don't want to do it in front of their house, so they just come there to the market. They pay the $30 or $40, and then you got like the professional resellers who buy stuff in estate sales or storage lockers, and they're trying to move stuff. So it's a good mix of a lot of people. So I really love doing it. Yeah, just drive one place, pick up a bunch of stuff.
mm,
I'm there all day, and yeah, have my wagon, bags,
mm.
and yeah, fill up on inventory. Yeah, Sunday's the best day for me to go. Yeah, Sunday's the only day for the flea market here. On Sundays, the one that I like to go to.
That's dope, man. That's dope. Um,
Um,
James is saying if he had bins in the UK, he would be there every morning. I've seen some things they find in America. He's very jealous. They have a lot of stuff. We've been over this, James. They have so much stuff in the States, they take it all for granted.
he's got to make a trip out here. He will have a great time, meet a bunch of content creators, find a bunch of stuff. I guess the issue would be to try to get it back home, back to the UK. But what he could do, like Matt did, he bought a bunch of stuff at the Goodwill bins and he sold it on Whatnot, but he used Harry Tornado's account on Whatnot and he moved it all the same day. And then he brought back, I think, a lot of the vintage like shoes and close higher end stuff. So
Yep.
it worked out that way. But yeah, if you could, yeah, move it fast enough, or maybe let's say he gets here. Let's say he's going to stay 2 weeks. He sources really hard for the first few days, and then put that stuff on auction on eBay auction 7 days, 10 days, and then hopefully it moves by the time he leaves, or maybe Instagram. Yeah, you put the stuff on Instagram. I'm sure he'll have to hustle, but it'd be possible to move a lot of the stuff before he leaves, and then take the high end stuff with him back to the UK. I know I think
Mm,
that was him. He was talking about renting a van and coming here for a little bit, cargo van. I think that was James. I think that was him. But
mm.
it's
The the one thing I like about being a reseller is that you can go anywhere in the world, and it's a skill set that you can apply anywhere because eBay is global. So it's what's the word? So I'm a Pacers fan, and one of the things I wanted to do was to actually spend the whole year in Indiana, just get season tickets, watch the whole season, pick a good year, obviously not like a bad year, and and yeah, I was saying to my wife, I can do the reselling over there, I can hire someone to look after the reselling over here, let the kids experience schooling in a different country, different schooling system for like 1 year, so that'll be pretty dope. Um, yeah, because like if you're a doctor, or if you're a lawyer, or if you're in finance, there's all these legal loopholes, or you have to study, reapply, recertify, all that kind of stuff just to move places. Whereas with reselling, just plonk and go. So that's
that
pretty
that would
pretty.
be pretty cool. You could
Yeah,
rent out your house for a year. And then I'm not sure about the visa. I think is it 1 year you can come here and stay, apply. I have no idea about visas here.
haven't
But
convinced the wife enough yet. So
oh, okay, how old are the kids? About
they're 4 and 7. So I reckon if we do it, they'd probably be probably the beginning of high school kind of
oh,
thing,
okay.
just for 1 year. Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
and they'll probably be
So,
excited about that too. Oh, we're going to America for a year.
yeah, and then
Yeah,
like if the YouTube channel's still going, it'll be pretty cool. Like we can studio listing live streams while over there, do content, all that kind of stuff. Meet up with resellers like yourself and whoever else I happen
yeah.
to meet along this journey.
You
That'd be
know,
fun.
if you really want to do Indiana, you might as well just come to Chicago. The experience will be a lot better. And then so Indiana is only 30 minutes away. You can go 30 minutes. But if you want to go to a Pacers game, that's probably like 3 hours.
Right.
If you're coming to the US, you might as well come to a big city. You don't want to be bored in Indiana. The thing about Indiana, it will be cheap though. It will be cheap, very low cost of living. But yeah, I said come to Chicago and then just go to Indiana for games.
If it's low cost of living, does that mean that the reselling game in that town is probably going to be pretty bad as well, or is that not the case?
So so that I don't know because I've been in Chicago and a lot of times I've only sourced in big cities, Houston, LA, Vegas. But I'm assuming that the opportunity isn't as much as there compared to like bigger cities. But I just saw that Tech in Sports, he posted a video and he was somewhere in Florida. He went to a bunch of small towns and flea markets and he found some good stuff. But I'm not sure if you can do that every single week. Because maybe because there's been times where I feel like I went to a vendor and I bought all their good stuff and I'll come back like a month later and they still have the same stuff.
Hmm.
Um, but I think if someone is creative with how they source, there's ways that I see people sourcing online all the time. People source on Whatnot, and they have stuff shipped to them, products shipped to them. I just ordered something on Facebook, and that got delivered to me. But that item I bought only buy like maybe one or two things delivered on Facebook, so I can't really sustain that. It's kind of just depends on what is up, what's listed at the time. Um, if you're in Indianapolis, I think you do fine because that's a big enough city. I think the metro is almost 1 million people. It might be even more than that. So that's not. Yeah, that wouldn't be. You'll find stuff there. But if you're willing to travel, and at that point, too, your kids would be big. They can probably help out too. Yeah, I think they could. And I see people in these smaller towns, Kentucky and like South Carolina, Mississippi. They resell full time and they find stuff and there's estate sales that happens all the time, unfortunately.
Hmm.
So, and estate sales are good. Estate sales are good. So, I think it's possible. It's just I will miss the flea markets because that's where I like to go. But there's other people source all the time. Yeah, they find ways.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Well, thank you so much for hopping onto the chat. I know we're
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
to the hour mark. I'm not sure if you expected to be having a chat for an hour, but if you did, then woohoo. But if you didn't, then thank you so much for persisting.
Oh, no problem, no problem. It's been cool. Probably do it again in the future. Yeah, I didn't know it was gonna be this long. I said for a minute, and I thought it was gonna be like hi. I'm used to like Johnny's every. It's like maybe 5 minutes, and then that's about it. But it was a good time, fun, getting to know you, getting to know the chat a little bit more.
Likewise. I think yeah, with YouTube, there's a lot of you can definitely do hop in, hop out. But if you've probably realized you've been in these live streams for I think four or five sessions now, you've come to realize that we like to go deep. We like to go to the meat of it, have a bit of context.
Yeah.
And I think yeah, it really helps with subsequent sessions as well. When if you ever have I truly believe that if let's say people are part of this community 60 sessions in, right? They have a problem. I can almost guarantee everybody will have something useful to say. You know what I mean? Like the one thing I hated about the Facebook groups is that someone will ask a question and then all these suggestions come in, but they all have no idea what the situation actually is. It's just they interpret what they want to hear. And then whereas in this chat, I've noticed that we're in session 28 and someone will ask a question and most of us already have some sort of an idea of what the situation is, and so the suggestions tend to be quite tailored, which is quite cool. It's almost like you have a little mini band of consultants here waiting to kind of help you if you have a problem, kind of thing. So yeah.
Very personable. One thing that I
Yes.
should have started to do, I didn't really get involved into like the YouTube community until maybe like March or April of this year. I would watch just YouTubers, but I didn't really go. I didn't go live at all. I wasn't in the comments. I wasn't in other people's auctions or not auctions, lives. And then for 3 years, I would just watched and wasn't a part of it. But this is way more fun. The last 6 months being more part of the community, and not just Instagram. Instagram is so fast and it's just it's not the same. It's not the same. It's like a live
Not the
chat.
same.
It's
This feels a lot more real, and I think I remember at the start, I know I was nervous, self-conscious, kind of like I quiver, like my cheeks would quiver when I talk because I was so nervous. And then now, once you do a few live streams, you're just like, yeah, whatever. We're all human.
yeah.
I haven't gotten over the fear of farting on a live stream. I haven't actually let one loose on a live stream. I reckon I'll get there eventually because that's also a very
That if your mic picks that up, that's a really good mic. If it picks up the mic I have, it said it advertises like 65 feet. I can be away from the receiver. I haven't tested it out yet. I'll test it out eventually. We'll see.
these ones apparently can go up to 200 meters, which is interesting. So I always have to unclip it and leave it here because I know that if I go out, if I forget that it's on me and I go to the bathroom, you guys will hear it.
That's cool. Okay. All right.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, have a good night. I know it's about 10 o'clock
one
here.
one final question, Stiggin. Are you planning on going to the UK? People are asking UK. John,
Oh,
when are you visiting the UK? Do you want to go to
so
the UK?
I've been there a few times. I've been to London twice, and I've been to Europe. I think 6 times total. But when are you visiting the UK? I'm not sure when the next trip is going to be. Yeah, I would love to. I was talking about that the reseller a summit. I think it's in March or April. I'm like, man, that would be pretty cool to meet some British resellers and see the difference. Maybe sometime next year. I think that'll be pretty cool. Pretty cool. I love traveling, and when I was in London last time, it was really brief. I was only there for 4 days. I was in December. I went to I didn't find anything to resell. I tried, but it was just so short. But I think that would be a cool trip. It'd be a little expensive. London's expensive. It's expensive, but fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I want to go. My wife wants to do a Europe trip, but I feel like it would be more of a holiday than a work thing. At the moment, she's been hinting at doing things just for the sake of doing things, not trying to do things alongside reselling things. So uh,
You guys have anything planned trip wise coming up this
at
year,
the
next
moment,
year?
so we've got Malaysia coming up. So we've got we've got to bring the kids back to Malaysia to meet to meet like the extended family, because they've all never met my kids before. So that's going to be fun. Um, we my son's been getting into spicy food recently because he knows that that's going to be most of the food in Malaysia. So he's been getting that the sambal, like the chili paste. He's adding into his rice. He's adding into his noodles to kind of get his
Okay.
tolerance up. That's been pretty cool to watch. Yeah.
They're asking about you. When are you going to visit the UK?
Me. Oh, I want to go, man. I've got so many plans, but at the moment, I need to. So I think the order is I've got to sort out the rhythm of this place, because at the moment I've got to tidy up, get some new shelves in, double my listings, hire a full timer, because the full timer I had from a year ago became part time, and then now he's probably gonna go get another job because he wants something more in line with his career. So essentially, I helped a friend who came to Australia to support his wife becoming a doctor. So essentially, he worked for me for a year and a half, and then now he's like, all right, I think she's pretty settled. I'm gonna go do my career as well, and so I'm gonna be I reckon in the next month or two, I'll probably be back to just me. So then I've got this thing, get the revenue back up, survive Christmas. That'll be fun, because it'll be my first Christmas in 2 years that I don't have help. So that'll be fun. and then but I still have this thing. I still think I can do a $50,000 a month on my own. I reckon I still can. I'll probably be very tired doing it, but I reckon I can. Because I remember during COVID, I was doing the best one we had was $32,000 in sales, not including like shipping, just product. And I did that on my own. But I remember packing in the morning, and then like lunch break, packing in the evening, packing at night, then doing like photos the next day, and then photos and listings the next day, and then literally packing Wednesdays, and then Thursdays photos, listing Friday. It was nuts. But it was also like, it made me feel like I was actually working like a proper full-time gig, right? Because now it's like full-time, but not really. You do some in the day, some at night. When the kids come home, or if the kids want to go out, you can. You still have that flexibility. That 32K month was like, no, I'm working these times, I'm working these days, I'm not going for social outings, I'm not joining you guys to go to the park. It was very different. So yeah. So essentially, after that's done, then I think the YouTube have a bit of a rhythm as well. And once those things are more or less rhythmic, then I can start looking at doing overseas trips, because I've got kids. Do you have kids, Sagan? Do you have kids?
No kids.
Oh.
No kids.
You look like you're in your 20s. Are you in your 20s?
No, I'm in my 30s. No, yeah. Oh,
You look young.
Thanks. With the 32K or 36K month, were you on YouTube too, or was it just all reselling?
All reselling, man. All reselling. But that was the peak of COVID, man. That was like, so that month was, I think, November before Christmas, which is like the best month every year. After COVID, that month became 22.
Yeah.
So it was like a nice bump. It was a high. It was good.
I don't know if there's ever going to be a time that was better to get into reselling during COVID. I mean, there was just so many highs. I remember, so I had started back in I'm getting to another story, but I guess real quick, when Amazon FBA shut down here in the US, and it shut down for 3 weeks, I think like a month or two into lockdown. So a lot of people were turning to eBay. So eBay was like king here for like that 3 weeks, and people were home, stimulus checks, no Amazon. Yeah, it was amazing times. Amazing times.
But then I think, look, what I like about it is that there were many sellers who then dropped out, but the buyers are still there. And that's the thing people forget. People think that because all these new sellers joined during COVID, that it became more competitive. But then like I was having this conversation with Paul Laurie, we were saying that you saw new sellers come in, but you didn't see any improvement in the listings. Like those same guys would still be doing the same things. Like there's this concept that I like talking about, which is that when you go to work, you've got the person that's a 20-year vet because they've built up their knowledge over 20 years. And then you have the person that's like a 20-year first year. They don't change from the very first year. They've been there for 20 years, but they still work like it's their very first day. They ask stupid questions. They do stupid things. They don't they haven't gotten any wiser, and it felt like that with all these new COVID resellers. Obviously, you're not one of them, but there was somewhere, after 2 years, 3 years, they're still taking photos the same way. They're still missing like words in their titles that were very obvious. Things like denim pants. Put the word jeans in there, but the word jeans wouldn't be in the title. And for 3 years, that word jeans never made it into their title. They just never occurred to them to make that little change. So I feel like it's good. I feel like this year, next year will be interesting because all the buyers will still be there. A lot of the sellers are going to drop out because they haven't seen any growth. And I think 3 years, if you sell on a platform 3 and 4 years and you're not making any headway, after a while it just becomes, because I feel like at the start, if you can earn $1,000 a month in pocket money, that's good. And then eventually you start to wonder whether you can be two. And then if you're capping out at $1,000 or $2,000 a month, you start to wonder if the effort's really worth your while. You kind of want to push towards that 5 and 6, and then eventually you kind of like having control of your time. You want to potentially transition from your job to doing this full time. Then that 5 to 6 needs to look more like 10, 15 a month. You know what I mean? And if you're capping out at 1 and 2, after a while you kind of quit because it's taking up space in the house.
Yeah, all the time it takes, and you're like, oh, I got to pay taxes on this and the fees, and
two tax returns.
Yeah, I don't mind them dropping out. The sellers dropping out. More room for us.
Not anybody in this community, though. Everyone in this community, please stay and grow and improve and reiterate and everything. But everyone else.
Yeah. Oh, have you done anything with AI backgrounds yet for your photos?
Nah, I haven't. More so because of how niche my stuff is. The background almost becomes like a brand. So my buyers have told me when they're scrolling through, they just look for my photos when it shows up on the in the eBay save search feed is just the photographs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when they're scrolling, they're just looking for my photos essentially. So I'm like, I'll just keep it.
I just started messing around with it yesterday, but I don't know if it's gonna work for my stuff that I sell because I listed a bunch of VCRs, or was it 2 days ago? And the photos that it was suggesting, it just wasn't working. It was distracting to it. But other things like clothing, I think it would look pretty good. Like there's Reseller Information Network. They post some of their photos, so they have like boots or like flip flops, and they have something in the background that matches it, like a beach or something with the flip flops or the shorts. I'm like, oh, that's perfect. But I don't know if it's gonna work with electronics, or I'll keep trying because it's a little bit different. I think it can be good if it's used right. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna keep trying.
I feel like they're trying to do the Amazon thing where everything is a stock photo, and I don't like that. eBay was never meant to. eBay's experience was never meant to be that. It was always meant to be. You always knew you were dealing with a seller, not with a group of sellers all having the same item. I just don't. If eBay keeps trying to be like Amazon, it's just not gonna work. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I got you.
Yeah. Cool, bro. It was an awesome chat.
Yeah.
Totally awesome
Nice
conversation with you.
Yeah, have a
and I think
have a
everyone
good
on the
night.
channel so enjoyed it, so.
All right. See you, chat. See you.
Right. And guys, I'm gonna just call it a night, I think, because it's 2:00 and I have to send kids to stuff tomorrow. That was cool. First time we've had a live stream conversation. So yes, for those of you guys who want to hop on next time, do until Friday. Remember, Friday is 10 a.m., not 12 p.m. Please come at 10 a.m. if you want to get the full 4 hours. If you come at 12 p.m., you still get 2 hours, but 10 a.m. start. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and James for popping in if you're still here. What a treat. Jody, AA, good night. And who else is here? Lee, Paul, Leanne. See you guys on Friday.